All right. So everybody, I'm over here at the welcome desk. Thank you all for coming today for the rehearsals. Raise your hand if you're here for Palm Sunday. Palm Sunday. Good, good. So we're going to get started right now. If you haven't noticed, there's refreshments over there. So at any time, just go over there if you need that. We're going to go in the church and we're going to do some run-throughs today and answer any questions you have. Since we only do this once a year, it's good to have refreshers like this, right? So let's head into the church, and I got all the binders here. All right, who are our passion folks? The narrator, the voice, crowd. We got Christ here. Yeah. Raise your hand if you are one of the passion readers. Okay. So, I have these white binders here for each part. One thing I want you guys to look at is for the voice slash crowd, if that coloring, the green, is visible. If the green is visible there. It was very visible on the computer, but when I printed it, it looks a little dark. So you guys will probably be voice slash crowd. Because I can reprint it. That's my first question. I can reprint it.
It's not, you have to read through it. You know what the problem is? There's glare from the lights up in the ceiling sometimes.
Yeah, I can reprint with a different color because that is the lightest green, believe it or not. And the printer made it that way.
The reason is sometimes even when you're reading over there,
Yeah. So Christ is going to be there. Oh, center, sorry. And then narrator is probably there, and then voice slash crowd can be here.
It's hard to see, right?
Yeah, so I'll reprint that. So Christ, center. And then narrator can be over there. Great. All right, so now that they got that squared away, let's look at the presider's book. All right, so I'm using the mic because we have folks on live stream. We're live streaming this as well. All right, so for the, we're doing the solemn entrance, and for the 5 o'clock Mass, let's do that first. So, you'll be doing the 5, right? So we got to start at the back of the church. So let's like kind of run through. Where are our altar servers at? All right. Come follow me. Thank you for serving. Thank you for being here. What's that? No, we're just starting. All right. So the notes here: solemn entrance with a procession of the faithful. Standard procession order. So it'll be the normal order. Okay. So do we want to I guess we'll still do the cross and everything. You want to act it out, so you want to grab your parts? So just note, we're not doing any worship welcome. Okay, so there won't be a worship welcome for this. And all of the ministers and congregation, so all of you serving, will be gathered out here at the 5. So all ministers. Yeah. So there's a note here, weather permitting, it'll be outside, but if it's raining, which it looks like it might, we'll be in the narthex. Yeah, let's just assume it's going to be inside. And then the priest will begin the greeting. So the cantor will make an announcement that says, please stand, face the back of the church, and hold up your palms. So assuming the people in the congregation will have their palms, and we have them in there, they'll be out here. They'll have their palms, and that announcement will be made, and everyone will be looking back here at the narthex. And so if you want to grab this, the next page has the announcement. So if you want to get in order of procession. So it says, the priest begins Mass with a greeting standing at the back of the church with a note, make sure Father is in the back. And then he's going to have the presider's book with the holy water. Okay? And there you go.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
The grace and peace of our God, our Father, and the Lord Jesus Christ be with you, and with your spirit. Dear brothers and sisters, since the beginning of Lent until now, we have prepared our hearts by penance and charitable works.
And so on.
Yep.
All right, so that'll be the start. Now at this point, should the altar servers, so you two are altar servers, right? And then you're altar servers? Where should they be standing? Should they be standing where they are?
So for the 5 o'clock, it's different for the 5 than for the other. So when we get 5 o'clock first.
Yeah, this is the 5.
This is the right. Make sure that
Yeah, the 5 o'clock servers. Who are you? Let me look.
You guys are tonight? Okay. You, are you tonight? I'm doing D6. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, it's just you tonight as of now, right?
Okay.
I think what'll be easier is we should probably have like a bucket over here,
Okay.
and then we can make a quick switch.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we don't have an extra altar server for today. Yeah. Right.
So, okay, so so far we got Chris. Okay.
All right. And the blessing of palms.
Yep.
So you ask them to hold out the branches.
And that'll be in here, right? So it'll be,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So for this Mass, it will just be for the people in here.
In here, correct. Not in the.
Yeah, you won't be going in there.
Doing that. Okay.
It says at the 5 o'clock Mass, priest sprinkles people outside.
Which
At
would
all
be-
other Masses, he makes a big sprinkle. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And then you read this gospel outside from out here.
Right here. Yep. While everyone's still in.
And so I guess you'll be standing here next to that, right?
So I guess anywhere where it's comfortable for both of us, and where it's convenient, we'll have the whole around.
Okay.
Okay.
And then gathering him. So this is our procession in then. So that's important to. So gathering him begins, turns, proceeds to the altar. So this would be after the gospel back here. Silent, right? No music. Okay, and then we go straight out. Now, will there be? There's nothing right. There's no palms up in the front, right? Everything's just done right.
Everything
here.
should be out
Okay.
here at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. Then,
All right.
then it's kind of as usual.
And so, yeah, you process in as normal. And then I guess, I forget what we did last year with the ministers. Do you remember, Steve? Yeah. Follow behind in. Great.
Okay. Oh, so they wouldn't be coming in first.
So normal Sundays, it's going to be servers and electors.
So would ministers here just be the lectors?
Yeah, the notes say ministers, so I'm assuming all ministers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
We're gonna be behind. Like, I'm a voice, so I'm not. So,
yeah, the normal procession happens, and then I guess all the ministers then go in after. Yeah.
No, well, isn't the, I mean, our procession is everyone, readers and altar servers. And everyone
Yeah.
in front of me, yes, everyone's on still.
So I think one question is, we're talking about how the Eucharistic ministers process or not. Let's verify that.
So I think it'll be a normal procession with the lectors and the altar server and so forth. And then any other minister will be after that, correct? We'll just go in.
Yeah, so the question is Eucharistic ministers or not?
Yes, not.
I'm just being a voice, so, am I a minister?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's gonna be more than 2 by 2 going up together. It's gonna be several of us.
So is it going to be 2 lectors and then the 2 readers for tonight?
So, well, I'm one of them, I'm the third. So we can read it plus me.
Jay has a hand. Jay has a hand.
Who's the narrator tonight? Okay, so you're gonna
Yep.
Yeah.
so I'll go up with you, because I'm the voice.
Okay, good.
Great.
Good.
Good.
I think the question is whether or not the Passion readers are also going to be in the procession.
And they just said yes.
I think that's nice. Good. We got that? Awesome. So that's the 5 o'clock. Is that clear?
Yes.
All right. So all their masses, it's simpler, right? We still use the simple entrance. The cantor still makes the announcement. Okay.
So Ryan, for the simple procession for the other masses, I think there's servers here for that, so we should
Yeah. So,
where they are.
all right. Thanks, Chris. So let me pull up 9 o'clock. All right, Seamus and Emma, you're at the 9, right? Emma? Nice. All right, so where did Father Jeff go? So it'll basically be the same. You'll process from back here, right? The 9. Yep, the 9. Yeah, if you want to play as him. Mm-hmm. All right, so Emma and Seamus, the altar servers. Okay, lectors. All right, so Seamus is the cross bearer, and then the deacon. And then the who are the lectors? Are you the lectors?
We'll corral her in front of us.
All right, let me see.
First and second.
Yeah, we have Luann, Deacon Steve, and Father Steve. So just, I guess, Luann. All right, I don't think she's here right now. Yeah. All right, so that would be. Is that clear? She's the voice slash crowd. Yep. Yep. And we still have lectors. Yeah, so just Luann, Deacon Steve, and Father Steve for this Mass. And then Allie for the 11:30 is the voice slash crowd. And then Mark is the voice slash crowd for the 6. All right? You're not the narrator, no. So you're the voice slash crowd. By the way, we are having the crowd text on the screen as well, so the congregation can chime in. Good. All right, is that clear for the rest of the Masses in terms of procession? It's more similar to what's normal, right? What you're used to, especially for you guys, right? All right, and then just so we get the other altar servers.
So from a Eucharistic minister standpoint, there really isn't any changes. The only thing is we'll have everybody back here for the initial blessing of the palms.
Exactly. Exactly.
We don't have any additional people, we don't need any additional people or anything.
And then altar servers, Philip and Elizabeth. Elizabeth, so you'll be kind of doing the same as them. One of you will be the cross bearer. I don't think Philip's here right now, but that's pretty straightforward. Mm-hmm. And then the 6 o'clock, it'll be Danny, who is a lifesaver. He was here earlier. I don't see him now. Is he? Danny, you are the 6. All right. And then is Fernando here or Benjamin? Nice. So for the 1:30, it'll be the same thing, okay? And for that, I'll be there for all the Masses, so I can kind of coordinate that, because Father Nelson, sometimes he does his own thing, but we'll play that by ear, okay? All right, is that clear for you guys? So one will be the cross bearer, it'll kind of be similar, okay, as normal, what you're used to. All right, any questions up to this point? You're good. Let's run through. The rest of the Mass should be similar. Yeah, and so for the Passion readers, I'm going to print out that new page with the different color, and then you're clear on positioning for the gospel. So narrator be at the ambo, Christ will be in the center, and then the voice / crowd is going to be at the cantor stand. We all good on that? That's a good question. Probably in the front, if you can. All right, yeah. Let me make a note of that. So for those who didn't hear, for the Passion readers, we're going to reserve the front pew over here for you guys. So once you go and sit down, you can sit on the reserve. Okay? And it'll probably be the front right side there for facing the altar. All right? Sorry? Yeah, so it would be like just like the gospel, except for. Great question. So actually, the Passion readers. Let's go through that. Yeah. And I just realized for those on live stream, we've been in the back the whole time, out of view. So sorry about that. But I'm thinking we can reserve this pew. Sure, maybe the second one, is that better? Okay. So we'll reserve this one for the Passion readers. And so when it's time for the Passion, you come up and then maybe the two of you would go like this and say if I'm the narrator or the voice would go over there, narrator would go over this way. Okay?
And that happens
Yeah,
after
so this
Father
part would
does
be the
homily.
gospel for the Mass,
No, he do-
right?
he'll do
Instead of the
homily
priest
afterwards.
just going over there, it's going to be the three of you guys
He said the
doing the
gospel,
Passion.
The homily comes after the Passion. Where is the homily?
Yeah, so this part, the Passion, is as if it's the gospel. It is the gospel
Okay,
for
then we'll have the
the
homily.
Mass.
So we go up after the second reading.
Yes.
Okay.
And that was her question
No,
too.
it's after the Psalms.
No, it would be
no
first
psalm?
reading, psalm, second reading,
Okay, it's after the second
and
reading.
then there'll be like a,
Okay.
yeah, not the Alleluia because there isn't one this
Gotcha.
time of year, but whatever they think. Yeah. Okay.
But I think it's
And
better
then
for you
would you-
guys to be there and ready, right? So
Stand here
after the second reading,
just come up here.
come up, go to the spots.
And then what are we waiting for?
So the narrator would start.
Yeah. So while I just look for you for the high sign.
He'll give you yeah, go ahead. Right.
So the priest will be at the altar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Narrator starts everything.
Yeah. Okay.
And the narrator on there has a note. It instructs the congregation,
Please be seated.
yeah, to please be seated. So the narrator would say that too.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, wait a minute. The crowd and the voice are the same person reading it. So
Yep.
there's two different colors. There's
That's
yellow
why there's
and
two different
green.
colors. And like I
You're
said,
gonna change-
I'm gonna change that so you can read it
Alter
better.
one color.
No, I'm gonna have two different colors still.
The crowd, so I'll be reading two different colors then.
Yes. However, the other color for the crowd indicates that the entire congregation joins with you. And
You know,
that text will also be on the screen behind you.
okay, because last year they were not reading. They weren't
Exactly. That's
joining
why
in.
I
They
did
didn't
that
get
this
it.
year.
Oh, so in the crowd I should go like this, like,
Yeah, and the screen helps indicate that as well. If they're not responding, yeah, maybe that will
Okay.
help. But the different color will indicate to you that, hey, the congregation's supposed to read this with you.
oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
So the crowd only reads 3 things here. No, 4, 5, 6. Oh, not too many. Oh, wait, there's a lot
The
more.
shortest parts of the Passion, yeah, are the crowd.
Oh, wait, there's a lot of pages here. Sorry.
Okay.
There's,
And just be mindful, this is another thing I want to note. Both the English and Spanish are in those books, and they're divided. So the front part is English, the back part after the divider is Spanish. Okay? So just make sure you're in the right language.
Will, in all of the books, including the Spanish book, will there be an indication when we are meant to pause for music?
Yes, it'll be a red break. It says in red break, in between the lines. And actually, if you want to go look at it just to get yourself familiar, it's in there. Great question. So for those online, it was, will there be indications of when the music is happening? And yes, it'll be a red break in between the lines. Yes. So it's the exact same format in Spanish. It's divided by this little divider in Spanish. Same exact format. So just to reiterate, 2 languages in the book. Front part is English, back part is Spanish. So just double check you're in the right language when you're up there, right? hate for you to start in English and then have to switch. Any questions? Yeah. I believe so. Yes. Yes. I think we do have the Spanish slides as well for the crowd part. Okay. Hopefully that's an improvement from last year because the crowd I don't think participated.
I wonder if they could even make an announcement before, like, respond with the crowd or something. Like an, yeah, because maybe I'll just turn and go like this, and everybody, I'll just turn and look that way, and they'll get the idea. Because last year, no one.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. All right. Any questions on that? Thank you. You asked great questions. Good. Thank you so much. Altar servers, do you feel confident? Yeah? Great. Great. Yes. So that should be the same, right? Yeah. So do you want to practice that? Let's practice that. So Father Jeff, the lectors, altar servers. So yep. So we're practicing the recessing out. So let's do 6 o'clock if you want to do it. We'll just get all the altar servers a chance. All right? Great. Awesome. Question. The cross, good question. So all the altar servers, can you come up here again? She just had a great question. Do you want to grab the cross real quick? Good question. I'm going to show you. All right, so for all the altar servers, she just had a great question because we changed where you're seating, okay? Where you're going to be seated. So pretend you're processing in, and then you would do the same at this point. So, yep, you would go to over here. The stand is still on the left side if you're facing the altar. Now here's the change. Instead of going over there next to the tabernacle, you're going to come back to the center, do a bow, and then go to your seat over here. Yes, yes. And you can still stay down here. You don't have to go up there. So bow, and then go to your seat over there. Are you guys good with that, altar servers? So that will be the new way of doing it for all the masses, since you'll be seated over there. Does that make sense? Great question. He just asked, why did the chairs swap? 2 reasons. One, it clears up that space over there. We also, besides the chairs, we moved the credence table over to the right side to that table. The reason for that is on live stream, when we zoom in on the preacher or the cantors or the lectors, you could see all that stuff in the background. And so by moving it over there, it clears that wall up for the background. Does that make sense? Yeah, so we'll get them reps in over there as well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you just take a breath and say it's just the opposite side, it's not too different. You know? But yeah. All good? All right. Yes. Yep. So the credence table is now on this side rather than that side. All right? Good. Any questions in the back? All right. That was easy, right? Good. Thank you guys for being here. Remember, there are refreshments in the back, but save some for the rest of the people.
lesson. Here's a life lesson where you put coffee in focus. I was thinking right here. Cameras won't kind of pick up. We wouldn't want one of these windows open for smoking.
Just reverse everything and just do it counterclockwise. You know? Really? Yeah. So maybe another option is putting it over there and reversing the word like counterclockwise instead of clockwise.
You could do that also.
Because clockwise is what we normally do, right?
No, usually
Okay,
counterclockwise is
maybe
what you
then do it clockwise. Okay. Yeah.
It's because father's right-handed too, right? Because it makes sense if you're going this way. It's kind of here going this way. You could always tweak that. I don't know, I've seen it both ways. Have you? Okay.
Hello, everybody. If you can hear me, I'm at the entrance of the church here. We're going to get started in a couple minutes for Holy Thursday. Father Steve is just walking across the parking lot. We'll wait for him. and then we'll get started, all right? Thank you for being here. There's refreshments over in the corner if the kids didn't eat it all already. So feel free. There's coffee and other things over there if you need that. All right? Tabernacle, I'll gather the rest. All right, guys. Father Steve is in the building now. So we can start with the foot washees. We're going to go over that first. If I could have all the foot washees follow me to the tabernacle, that would be great. Foot washees, are you here? People that are doing washing of the feet. Are you part of that?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Joy told me to come here, so
Oh, okay.
what do we do? It's weird.
What?
There's, I think we can
Oh, for Holy Thursday?
Yeah.
Let me look.
He was inviting us as a family for the Holy
Yes. The you're doing Cantuzides, right?
Yes.
So you're doing the oils, and we'll go over that right after the washing.
Okay, good.
Okay. Thank you.
Last year, I think it's better.
Yes. Let me show you.
So, so after the sensation of the altar, we won't use it again until the gospel. So let it stand, but we'll try not to. But then you do another.
Oh, never mind. Different.
They're electives. So. All right, so foot washies. Can you go over to the tabernacle, please? And then altar servers, if you could come as well. All right.
But what I'm saying is, it should just stay right here.
Oh, thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. I think it was in the back, and then the altar server gets it. And then, yep, and then Father Jeff holds them and gives them to Father Steve. So we'll go over all that. All right.
They do it differently. All right. But they can stand here.
They'll be here. We're not going to do that yet. Or, you know what? Unless we want to. There's more. I used to do that.
No, I'm in black.
Oh, okay. I think Bob. But we have him against it. All right. All right. So we have 12 washies. Can you raise your hand if you're getting your foot washed this year? All right. 1. So we have 6. We have 6 right now. I'm wondering if some are running a little late.
I know Mark was sick. Mark,
Yeah, and the Gabriel boy has a test. So, let's see who. No. All right. So thank you for being here. What we're gonna do is do a little run through. Should I get the chairs? All right. Let me go. If you and I can go get the folding chairs, I'll be right back.
yeah. So altar servers for Holy Thursday are going to be here. So come on up here, please. And there should be enough chairs up there for you guys for Thursday. And then after the homily, right, is going to be your cue. You're going to be seated right over here in these pews over here. So come pretend that you're seated. And the folding chairs are going to be lined up over here, probably in 3s. So if you do the math, I think it's 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Does that sound right? Yeah. Too many 3s? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. I taught math, believe it or not. But, so do you know which order you're going in? No? Does it say it in here? No. No. Yeah. Well, you're all going to be here, so you're going to pick up your mat, and so you would take yours there, and you'd be in that last set. So do 4 3s. 4 groups of 3. And Ryan, the last one is for Rich. Should it only have 3 in it? Because his is, 2 in it. Because his is going to be over there. Yeah. So Ryan, do you want to tell them what order they're in? And so your goal first set would be here. And you want to brace yourselves out so that there's equal room between you.
Yeah.
And the second set, same thing. 3, and then 3, and 3.
Yep. So it really doesn't matter what number you are except for you. You're going to be 12. So that means you're last. So we're going to do it this way. So if you're looking towards the altar, left side near tabernacle is 1 all the way to 12, which would be last. So whatever number you are is the order, okay, at which you will be kind of seated. These, I don't know if you already said, but these will be reserved for you. I'll have reserve signs here. And so all the foot washees, this is where you'll be seated, okay, for the liturgy. And so if we want to get in order, so he's 12, we can say 1, 2, 3. You'll be 3. Yep. And and then you would basically, like 1 would be like here, and then go on. And then if we probably won't have enough room in this pew, so you'll just go to the next pew. And so the way it's going to work is, let me just go through the notes. So all of you will be seated in these pews on the tabernacle side, and these folding chairs will be just like how you see them, okay? And what you're going to do is, when it's time, you'll stand up, go over here, and take your chair and set it up. And so let's act that out now. So I think we did this step last time, but yeah.
You know, what I'm trying to remember is it's really difficult for me to get up and down. And if your foot is there, I think it's easier for me. Yeah, like I can just stay at this level instead of having to come. See, like I can, right? So, and then I can even use this, stick it up, which is.
All right, that makes sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to make it so that it's symmetrical across, okay? So as he said, like equally spaced. Mm-hmm. The problem's going to be when the other folks arrive. They didn't get assigned a number, so maybe we'll just remember this, and then they'll be the next numbers after that. Sorry. So whoever doesn't make it today, I'm going to have them arrive at like 6:45. Yeah. And then I'm going to, sorry. For those who don't make the practice today, which is some of them can't for either sickness or whatever, I'm going to have them arrive at like 6:45 that day and run through the same thing with them and tell them the order. All right, and then you're over there, so you can just kind of set yours up. Thank you.
Oh, I have them in the back. Aprons?
Yeah.
We'll put them out.
Where?
Actually, Father Jeff and I will both go back, and we'll take off the vestments, and we'll put on the aprons.
So we should have them hanging back there? Okay.
So I'm just going to make a note for them real quick. Father Steve.
Where will the basin and the bowl be?
So maybe we can put it by them because they're the ones that are going to grab it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Father Steve, that's what we did last year. They went in the back and got it. Yeah. So let me just tell them about the shoe and stuff. All right. So now that for the washees, listen up. Now that you're seated, as soon as you sit down, you're going to take off your right shoe and sock.
Would it make it easier if we keep up with the shoe already, sock already out?
No. No. So what we did last year, which was really great, is as soon as you sat down and you were situated, you took off your right shoe, you put it under your seat and your right sock and put it in your shoe and make sure it's underneath your seat away from the front, and then just be there until Father Steve comes. Okay? Does that make sense? So as soon as you set your chair down, you get situated, you sit down, you're already taking your right shoe off. I had someone email me, one of the washees emailed me if they have to wear open-toe shoes and things like that. It's not required. You can wear any shoe you want. All the shoes that you're wearing right now are completely fine. So if you want to wear a slip-on, you can. It's not required. Make sense? Yeah, just the right. So the right shoe. All right, and then listen up, altar servers. All right, so Jack, you're going to be the basin, the water basin, okay? Basin of water. Elizabeth, you're going to be the pitcher. And then Father Jeff, you're going to carry the tray with the clean towels, okay? So the servers located on the piano side go through the back sacristy, this is where it explains it, to begin the foot washing of the tabernacle side. Okay, so you guys are seated over there. You're going to collect the items. So the water basin will be back there, the pitcher, and then the clean towels and everything will all be on the counter in the back sacristy there. You're going to go back there and then come around through this door over here and down this side. Okay? And I think Father Steve will meet you here by then. With them. Okay, so you'll be with them. Okay. So, oh yeah, here's the next line. They follow Father Steve as he washes each person's foot, starting from the tabernacle side, which is this side, and then helping Father Steve with the basin, pitcher, and towel trays. After everyone's feet have been washed, the washees pick up their chair and go back to their seat. Servers bring all washing items to the back sacristy, so basically where you found them on the counter. And so for the washees, once everybody's foot has been washed, together you get up, fold your chair, and just be mindful, they're a little finicky sometimes. So you might have to give a little oomph when you do it. And then you can put them back on the wall where you got them and sit back where your reserved seat is. Make sense? Yeah. Am I okay? Talking too fast or? Oh, okay, good.
Apenas el padre termina de lavarles el pie y pasa al siguiente, pueden ponerse de nuevo su zapato y esperan hasta que el padre termine con todos, y a la hora que ya ha terminado con todos, todos se levantan al mismo momento, doblan sus sillas de nuevo y caminan en el mismo orden en que fue así, sin acumularse, ¿ok?
And they wait until everybody is.
Yes. He's playing.
Do you guys want to come down and then pretend? We'll just do
Yeah,
it.
let's try to practice.
Yeah. She the used towels. Yeah. So remember, we're going to go in there. You're going to get, Jack, you get the bowl. It's not there now. We can just pretend. Oh. You're going to take, yeah. So just, okay. So we're gonna go back here. And then you would, everything would be set up in this, all right? So you do this out and go to the foot, down to the bottom. You're gonna, I don't need a book, you're gonna get dirty, the used towels. They're gonna smell like feet. Right. So what's gonna happen is bowl is going to come right here, and you're going to put it under Jen's right foot. So we're all going to kneel. Elizabeth, you should come over here. Perfect. You don't have to take your... Yeah, don't, please. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you guys, you are watching. Mira? So don't be shy. Come on over. You have a bowl in your hand, and you're going to put the bowl under. You know that you're going to come in. Yep, a little bit more.
He doesn't bite it.
Yes, and I'll be showered and everything, so we'll be good. So you put the bowl right under here, all right? And you're going to get the water. You're going to a drop of water. And then Father Jeff is going to have the towels right here. I'm going to take the towel. And I'm going to wipe your foot. And then I'll hand you the towel, and you just hold on to it. All right?
Okay.
And then once all three are done, I think you can put your sock back on and your shoe.
Okay.
All right? You got it? Yeah. So Father's going to, maybe, can I use you? That's perfect.
You were also an armrest as well as a kitchen.
Yeah. All right, you okay if I do that? All right, so you guys saw it. It's a little bit tighter here. That's good. So you would, yes. The bowl will go under, and then you put a drop of water, and then I will take a towel and wipe, and then I will put the towel to Seamus, and then I'm going to use your arm. You got to be strong. Perfect. I wonder, you okay if I do that? Your arm isn't stronger than Lizzie's, is it? I think she's stronger, actually. Yeah. Yeah. I used a cane last year, so maybe without the, we'll see. Maybe, Seamus, you can hold the cane for me. See what happens when you get old? So we good? And then when we're done, we would just bring everything back there. We would take the aprons off and then put the vestments back on. Yeah. This is after the homily. Yeah.
After the standing ovation.
I have a good idea this year. Father, I'm gonna work on it. Yeah, this time. Yeah.
So the end of the homily should be the cue, I guess, for everybody, right? To make some moves.
So, when the homily's finished, we can stand up. But normally you go back to your seat and you're going to go right back. So when we see you go back, because I'm the first one standing, I'll stand.
Yes, so as soon as the homily's done, as soon as the homily's done, that's your cue to start doing all this. You stand up, get the chairs, and do it in the exact order here. Because this will take a little bit, right? I think this will take longer than what they're going to do. So it would be good to get a head start. It would be good to get a head start. All right? Great, guys. So any last questions?
When we're done, everybody gets up at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so whenever it's finished, everybody stands at once, everything's uniform, and then you start.
I can't see Rich, but I'll know because they'll all go to back.
Yeah. Yep. And maybe even Rich, since you're the last one, maybe you start the stand-up. Like he could start it. Yep. And if you want, I think you can put your shoe back on after. Like you can get a head start on your shoe too. Like you could have your shoe already ready. All right? All right, thank you so much. So if you could take your chair and maybe just fold it back there and we'll get it. All right. let's do the oils. So as you can see, they're a little loud. Yeah, they're a little loud. So here's a good point. If you can just listen up real quick. If you see your partner next to you is struggling, maybe help them, okay? Yeah. It's better to like put it on the side. All right, so let's do this. All right, Father Jeff, you're going to be doing the welcome, right? So Sergio, Nicolo, right? Francesco. All right, so let's do this. So, it's called an ambry, right? Yeah, ambry. All right, you see the ambry over there on the wall with the 3 oils? We're going to get new oils, okay? And then your job is going to be to carry them in one at a time. And so let's run through that. And you'll be reading this, right? So let's go to the back of the church. Yeah. All right. So we're going to have this is the very first thing that happens. Okay?
We will wait before we come here, what, 10 minutes before?
I would say a good 30 minutes.
30 minutes before we come here.
Yes.
And then we wait for everybody to send. Then we go to
So this will be, you'll be back here in the narthex, and the oils should be here.
here.
Mm-hmm. And so each one of you will grab one of the oils. So unlike what Father Steve said, I suggest you're the lowest one, right? So you'll be the last, okay? So that you can put it in there easily, and then one of you could be the other ones. All right, so let's run through this. So you'll be kind of standing here-ish, right? Father Steve, or Father Jeff, if you want to start this, he'll be kind of here in the back near the doors. Yes, and I should be here too to kind of indicate. And so the way it's going to work is it starts with a welcome.
And I do the welcome?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so we probably don't have to read through it all, but yes. So there's 3 oils, and he's going to explain. So there'll be a welcome, saying that there's 3 kinds of holy oils, and then at each of the parts where he explains each oil, that's when you go. So let's see here. So if you want to be the first one, you'll be the second one, you'll be the third one. So the first one is the oil of the catechumens. And so if you want to pretend you're grabbing it, and you'll be here, and when he says, the oil of the catechumens is the oil, that's when you start walking.
So, but before you start explaining the oil, I have to grab it.
Yes. So as he's explaining.
The oil of the catechumens, and then you're already moving.
So let's practice this. If you want to read all through this, and then you can do it slow. It doesn't have to be rushed. So let me just show you how it's going to work first. So stay here, I'll show you. So say I'm the first oil. He's reading it. He opens it. And then you come back here. And then, okay, so you saw what I did there. I did it kind of fast, and I didn't do it exactly on the time, but you're gonna walk there, bow, go to the right, open it, there's a little handle, and put it on the top. Yep. There's 3 shelves, and so you're gonna put it on the top shelf. It'll be empty. Right now there's oils in there. Yeah, let's run through.
The oil of catechumens is the oil used in the Catholic Church during baptism. It is believed to strengthen the one being baptized, to turn away from evil, temptation, and sin. The catechumen, the person prepared for baptism, is also anointed as a symbol of being the heir of the kingdom of God, and to empower them for their Christian life, as prophets were anointed for their ministry.
So that's good. And then instead of, unlike what I did when I came through the center, go through the side aisle there. And instead of, I don't think you have to go in between here. You could probably bow and then go to here around, because it'll just be easier that way. And we could probably, since it's congested here, we'll probably like move these either forward so you have more room there from the back.
There, and then I leave it open, and then I move out from here.
Yeah. So we'll probably move it just slightly up here, and then you guys go behind the chairs to do that. Yeah. Yep.
And then I leave.
Yep. And then you come back here, and then you do this, and then you can go back this way. And there's no reserved seating for you, so you and your family can sit anywhere. All right, so let's do the second one. Did you see that path? Did you see that path? Great. Here you go. Oh, he has a question. Here.
Is the first oil going to be there, second oil there, third oil?
Yeah, we'll have it in order. So it'll be like first, second, third. Okay?
Sacred chrism is a mixture of oil of olives and balsam. Blessed by a bishop, chrism is used in the administration of the sacraments of baptism, confirmation, and holy orders. In the consecration of churches, chalices, patens, altars, and altar stones, and in the solemn blessing of bells and baptismal water, it is recognized by its fragrant odor.
So if you could just back up a little bit, you're going to go behind the chairs. So when you bow and go to the right, you'll just, instead of going in front of the chairs, you'll go to the side, on the back. Does that make sense it's just probably easier for you.
The oil of the sick is olive oil, blessed by the bishop of the diocese for the use of the sacrament of anointing of the sick.
So yeah, instead of going up on the steps there, if you want to back up, so for all 3, this is what you're going to do. And instead of going what you did, you're going to go this way and come up this way. Step up here, and then you should have a clear shot to the ambry right there. And then since you're the last, you'll put it here. Okay? And as you can see, actually, yep, and then you close it, and then look, you can actually see there's different markings. You see that? You were asking me earlier if they have markings on them. So yeah, you can. Great. And so these chairs will probably be up a little bit like this. So you'll have a clear shot, and the cushions will be like that. So you should have a clear shot, and that's why it's better to go this way than through there. Because this way it's going to be hard for you with the chair there. And then when you come back, you can actually bow right here and then go up the side aisle. Make sense? You can sit anywhere with your family. You won't have reserved seatings, so you can sit anywhere you'd like. All right. Question? Oh. All right, so is that good?
I'll also clear it.
Sure.
I grab the oil and beat in front of the Father.
When he's reading this, so you should already be there.
Already
When,
been there.
yeah. So you should be here ready to go when he's reading this. And you know what? I will be here with that book, and I can follow along. And when he's doing that, I can go and cue you.
Yeah, I will be here.
Yep. And I'll go like this with my hand, and then you can start, and then he'll go down.
I want to be in front of you all the time.
Yeah. Yep. Good. There is a key and it's in there. Yeah. And you know what? Yeah, he just locked it. So what I can do is have it unlocked. And then you could just open it and leave it open for them.
Yes.
Okay? So that they could just put it in. All right? Yeah, so the other oils shouldn't be in there. These are the old oils, so we'll get new oils. Okay? Yep. So first, second, third. All right, any last questions? Pretty straightforward, huh? All right. Great. Shall we do the rest of the Mass? Do a little run through? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. No, they're doing the oils. No, for Holy Thursday. Yeah. All right. Oh, you have a question about the oils?
So historically, usually Father Jeff would be on the podium there. Is he going to be from the back this time?
I can understand. Okay. Want to do the rest of the run through? Or so did you work out the Thurifer scenario? Are we concerned about the smoke going in there? Okay, I mean, if no one has any other questions, I don't know if we have to do that then. All right. The procession. So yeah, let's run through it all.
Okay.
All right. So after that,
Yeah, because that's right, we're going to be coming in.
yeah, there's a note that says priests incense the altar. When the procession comes in, the priest will incense the altar, okay, and then do the greeting, which is good. I guess. Gospel procession. Yeah. So it says, as the gospel acclamation begins, Thurifer retrieves the censer, an incense boat, and brings it to the priest. Priest places incense in the thurible. So do we want to act all that out? So we should have. So Chris as Thurifer, we have Seamus as crossbearer, and we have Elizabeth and Jack. Elizabeth and Jack, you're the candle bearers. And then Father Steve Celebrant. We're going to act out the gospel procession. Yep. So I was just talking about the Thurifer retrieving and all that and doing that with the censer. And then a few moments later, the candle bearers move from their places as the gospel acclamation is sung. They go to the front of the altar, bow, and get the candles. So do we want to do the whole thing, run through? All right. So let's just do the whole thing as like a run through.
I have both boats in the back.
All right. So you'll probably be. By the way, we'll have 3 chairs up there, right? Because deacon and deacon on both sides. Okay. So most likely, the middle chair will be up here, and then we'll use extra chairs in there for out here. Okay. So let's run this through. So as the gospel acclamation begins, Thurifer retrieves the censer and the incense boat and brings it to the priest. Priest places incense in the thurible.
And then while I'm doing
I actually want to come this way so the camera can see what's going on.
Yep, so you guys are going to get the candle.
All right. And then a few moments later, the candle bearers move from their places as the gospel acclamation is sung. They go to the front of the altar, bow, and get the candles.
Yeah, we 2 together.
Thurifer leads candle bearers in procession.
All right, so just to bother you, either each of you stay at the candle, or you both come to the center, so it looks uniform. So you were here, or you were here. So come to the center. You're still not center. Yeah, okay. So is there alignment? use that, and then bow, and then get the candles. That way it looks uniform, all right?
Would a good marker, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, would a good marker to be just directly in front of the candle?
That's, yeah, either way.
Because then we know that these are uniform. So if you line yourself with the candle, you know you're uniform then.
That's right. Yes, but it's just as long as this is the same.
It'll be also the same way once you return the candles.
Yes. All right, so.
All right.
You want them behind the candles though, right?
Yeah. So you would be basically, you just have to make sure you're lined up at this. Maybe just put your front of your toes at this line, and line yourself up with the candle. So like the center of your body.
Watch. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So see, I'm using this mark right here.
Yeah. Basically, there's an angle here. Two lines. If you have your right foot lined up with that and your toe at this line, and then put your body at the center there, you should be uniform.
Yeah, and then try and bow together.
Mm-hmm. All right, so next, the thurifer leads the candle bearers in procession. Deacon of the Word comes down from his chair and retrieves the book of the Gospels from the altar. Candle bearers wait while he bows and turns. Then they move to the ambo side of the altar to precede the deacon to the ambo.
So the deacon has to get the blessing.
Right, so.
You would come first, I think. Yes, then the incense.
Well,
Yeah.
turn.
And you're going to take positions on either side of the deacon and turning slightly inward toward him. So you guys have to be lined up with each other.
Perfect. And try and keep the candles at the same height if you can.
So basically, you guys are mirroring each other when you're doing all of this.
So decide whether
Yeah.
you want
So,
There you go. One hand under.
you
one
guys are
hand
done
over.
with your part. We don't want to keep you. If you want to watch, that's fine.
Feel free to stay, but if you,
Yeah.
no.
Great. Thank you guys so much for doing this. Appreciate it. All right. Thurifer takes place to the right of the altar. Thurifer swings the censer while the gospel is being read, which is what you're doing. After the phrase gospel according to, the deacon incenses.
Right? Do 1, 2, 3. Proclaim, proclaim, proclaim.
All right. After the gospel is read, candle bearers return the candles to the altar, bow, and are seated. Thurifer returns censer to stand and is seated.
We do like wide turns. So yeah, you do like a little turn. I can go with him.
Okay?
You're making the wide rack, you're making the small rack.
So
So what you
after
would
the
do-
proclamation of the gospel.
So you would come around behind Deacon Steve,
Let's just.
either of the deacons.
It'll be Deacon Hank, actually. But
Okay. So you will, all right,
How does that? Any questions?
then you're gonna go this way.
Should we do another dry run? And do the same as before. So put your front of your shoe there, and then your shoe.
So it might make sense. Okay, good. So Father Steve, who's going to be presiding?
Father Steve.
And I, and you guys.
So the fourth
all
will
bow
bow.
together.
That would be great.
Yeah. So bow everybody together. So yeah, you can, this line here and that line, that's good. Okay. Do we need to do another dry run, or you have it? Okay. All right.
And then the end we have to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, all right, the closing procession. You guys ready? All right, let me move out of your way.
So Seamus is the cross bearer?
Yes, I think he is. Let me just double check.
So So for this one, he and I should be on this side, ready to come and get.
Yeah,
the
your crossbearer, Seamus.
The incense will, we need the incense to incense the altar, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're doing three incensations, right? Beginning, gospel, and
Yes.
Yep.
And then the end.
incense at the end.
Yeah.
It's
So
like
let's-
the,
Let's run through that. So the closing procession and the transfer of the. By the way, while it's in my head, is there something wrong with this chair? Were you the one saying it was something wrong with it? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. All right. So after the prayer, after communion, the thurifer with incense boat moves to the front of the altar. The priest puts incense in the thurible while standing, blesses it, and then kneeling, incenses the Blessed Sacrament 3 times.
All right, so let's take a step before that.
okay.
At the end of communion, everything is placed in one big soup, the biggest bowl we have. And then we cover that with the corpus. All right? The Uberal veil has to be down there.
Okay. I think so. It's not. That's kind of preparation before Mass, though.
Yeah, that is. But to make sure that we have the biggest bowl, because the idea is that we're consecrating double the hosts on Holy Thursday. Because you usually consecrate first to Good Friday.
Yep.
You paying attention? So the biggest ciborium that we have sits here, and then I go back to the chair and do the closing prayer. When the prayer is finished, the incense moves down to what did it say?
So after the prayer,
Yes.
after communion, the thurifer with incense boat moves to the front of the altar.
Yes, and then we all go down.
Yes, and then the priest puts incense in the thurible while standing, blesses it, and then kneeling, incenses the Blessed Sacrament 3 times.
So that would just be similar to Thursday mornings.
Adoration. However, I think the cross should already be behind me.
Either that, or we could have them off to the side, like this.
So I think we should be en route for the procession. And then the concelebrants should also be behind me.
So at that time, everyone follows you.
Everybody's going to leave the altar at the same time.
Yeah, okay.
All right?
Well, what about when we take
Hold on, let me think.
Okay.
What do you think?
What was the question?
So how about if the two of you stay there at the seats, but everybody else comes down, and then I'm going to kneel.
Oh, it's on here. Hold on, let me get to that part. There's an answer to your question. All right, so after you're down there, then the deacon helps him put on the humeral veil on the front pew, it says. He rises, takes the ciborium, and covers it with the ends of the veil. When the music begins, so this is for everybody, everyone else takes their place in the procession line. Up the center aisle, thurifer, crossbearer, candlebearers, deacons, celebrants, and priests. All are facing the altar. Then the altar is stripped. So it's after that, when the music starts, is their cue.
So I come down with the deacon,
Just you two.
both deacons.
Yeah, well, yeah, just you 3.
All right, but how about the concelebrants stay where they are?
Yeah, it says they stay where they are because their cue is the music.
Okay.
So,
leave at the same time as the king?
yeah,
And then the cross at the same time?
yes. So it says the music, then thurifer, and and then you are up here, I guess, because you're concelebrant, right? Yeah.
I was thinking, while we're doing the incense over here, Shane's gonna be off to the side with the,
Or he could be over there, right? Because the cross is going to be over there. Yeah, off to the side. So I guess Seamus could be over there. So Seamus, you're going to be standing over here. So at that point, you would just go behind the sacristy here and out over there. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. And so once that music is done, then then everyone's down there. The altar's stripped. Then the line turns and processes towards the oratory. So let's pretend the music begins. Okay, so the music begins. Everyone else takes their place in the procession line up the center aisle. Thurifer, cross bearer, candle bearers.
So when they go to get the candles, I should go up and get the ciborium.
Yeah.
Because you can't strip the altar until I get the ciborium.
Yeah, before the stripping, yep. Well, here, yeah. It says, then the deacon helps him he rises, takes the ciborium, and covers it. So that's before even that. You should already have it down there.
So after the closing prayer, the priest and the deacons go down.
Mm-hmm.
He incense.
3 times, yep.
Right. And
Then the deacon helps you put the humeral veil on that's sitting on the front pew.
Yes.
You rise, take the ciborium, and cover it, yeah. And then you're already down there. Then the music starts. Then that goes there.
all right.
So you should already have it.
so when the music starts, that's when the father and the two candle bearers are coming to the altar to get the,
No, I'm already going to be down there before the music starts.
no, I mean, to grab the sacrament after it's.
No. So before the music starts, I'm going to have the Blessed Sacrament down there. And then the music is going to start. And then they go to get the candles and go to your places. That's what it says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we want to do a dry run of that? So it's like one swooping motion? Yeah. All right. All right. So we're.
So I just did the closing prayer.
Yep. So after. Yep. So then the thurifer with incense boat moves to the front of the altar. The priest puts incense in the thurible while standing. Blesses it, and then kneeling incenses the sacrament 3 times. Then the deacon helps him put the humeral veil on, which is on the front pew. So we want it on this front pew, which makes sense because you're on that side. All right. Yep. He rises, takes the ciborium, and covers it with the ends of the veil.
Can somebody put one of those viewers? Not now, but
Oh, yeah. Okay.
yeah.
All right. So then you do that. You're already down there with it. All right. Maybe we can put it. Maybe we could put a pillow under the pew there, so it can easily be grabbed. Okay. Yes. And so now the music will begin. Everyone else takes their places in the procession line. So everyone else starts moving. The candle bearers grab the candles. Okay. All are facing. All are facing the altar. And so you grab all that and you can probably go down. Yeah. And at this moment, the altar is stripped. Then the line turns and processes towards the oratory. As the procession begins, the sound minister dims the lights. Host ministers and ushers invite the first pew to follow the ushers out. So you guys are already turned and going out, and that's when all this starts happening. All right, and then when the procession reaches the place of repose, so this is after you're in the oratory, the priest places the ciborium in the tabernacle, the door of which remains open. Then he puts incense in the thurible, and kneeling incenses the Blessed Sacrament. So we'll need a kneeler back there, which I think we normally do. Then the priest places the sacrament in the tabernacle and closes the door. After a period of adoration and silence, the priest and ministers genuflect and return to the sacristy. Is that straightforward for you guys? All right.
And there'll be a sign for, they're going to put the candles like side by side by the tabernacle.
Yes. So that's Holy Thursday. Any questions? Good job. There are. Now we're on to Good Friday. So let me go get the Good Friday book. Yeah, so Martha has this version with all the breaks.
Okay, let me
Ask her to send it to you, okay? She has the Spanish version. And I'm going to send the English one out to everybody too.
the mass for the Holy Friday is the same. We gotta coordinate with
Father Nelson, he's leading
He's
that.
doing his own. Okay. So I don't need to stay here. Okay.
All right. Good.
It's just kind of funny for me because I'm going to watch them.
Yeah, you're just standing there watching them carry.
Well, yeah, but like most of the time I just like walk like
Yeah. All right.
off with off with.
Are we ready? Are we ready for Good Friday? All right, let's do it. We got the clergy. So for Good Friday, we're going to have a Holy Land collection. So it's going to look like this. Like we're going to have signs, Good Friday collection for the Holy Land.
Okay.
There's going to be a big basket in the narthex.
Okay.
And there's going to be a basket over there and maybe on the other side.
Okay.
In terms of like greeting and things like that for the narthex, after Mass, just be mindful of that. We wouldn't want people to someone to run out with it. So just look out for that.
Okay.
Some people might put stuff in before Mass.
Yeah.
So we just got to be mindful of that as well.
Okay.
But I think that's the only thing out here that.
Yeah, because our big job is getting everybody to the cross.
Yeah. So, and I'll have these signs
Okay. Good.
out for that. So that's a good question.
Yeah, I think we, so I think we need 4 ushers. How many do we have? Because I think it's just her now. Because we need 2 on the sides too.
Well, the cross is on the altar.
Well, the greeters are going to help.
Yeah, but how many?
You're a reader.
It's just us.
Yeah, I think we should have like 4. I think in the MSP. Are you checking MSP for that?
I didn't check MSP.
Okay, I think we have more. All right, we ready for Good Friday? All right, where is everybody? All right, you're the presider.
I'm gonna need some.
All right, so we have Chris as book bearer. We have Elizabeth as thurifer. Seamus and Jack, you guys are candle bearers. We have Deacon Hank as the deacon of the altar and Deacon Steve as deacon of the word. And then Ginny and Ron, you guys are our lectors. All right. So the procession's going to be entering from the choir side aisle. So let's kind of run through this. So the altar servers and the deacons are seated in the sanctuary after entering from the choir side. So you guys will be entering from that side. The altar servers should also take their seats by the front, entering the sanctuary from the same place. It's underlined here that says this is not a formal procession, okay? So Mark is going to be making an announcement that at the end of the service we invite people to depart in silence, okay? So that will happen. When deacons see the priest begin to process to the altar, they should stay seated until the priest reaches the altar, and they kneel and the congregation kneels.
So can you, where do I process it? By myself?
I think you're going to be here. The deacons come through over there, and the altar servers.
It's a procession of one, the priest.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the lectors? The lectors they're seated here.
I think they're just seated as normal. So let's get to our places. If you want to sit, altar servers, you could sit. So. All right, you ready? Okay. So the priest then goes to the altar in silence. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, so you process in silence.
Yeah, so everybody's just going to be in place like you are. This is in silence. When you
So as soon as he kneels, that's your cue to also kneel. The priest then goes to the altar in silence, and after laying down on the floor, prays in silence for a while. There's a note here. When the priest lays down, the deacons should kneel, and the congregation will follow the kneel. Okay, so same thing.
Yeah, so we do this every year. All you do is turn around, and the two of you kneel. Don't,
Are they kneeling as he's laying down, or?
Well, he's going to come in. He's got to kneel before he lays down. So when he kneels, that's when you guys should just face the cross.
Okay. Yep. So everyone is kneeling, and then the priest is laying on the floor. And it just says for a while. There's no.
And then when he stands up, you are going to stand up.
We won't see that.
You'll see that.
We will hear the congregation.
So I guess for the deacons, your cue peripherally, when they stand, you're also standing.
The problem is that they won't see when he stands because they're facing their backs. So we'll have to listen.
They can kneel just where they are.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So just be watching the priest for all of this, okay? Because then the deacons will kind of be using you as the check.
All right, so then you go to your chair. And I think the opening prayer is in this book, right?
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure that it doesn't say, let us pray.
Do I reference the altar and then just go straight to the
I think you should just go right to the chair. And then the altar server is going to bring the book over. That's you?
He's the book bearer.
Okay.
So we'll have another chair here, I guess, because this big chair is going to be up here. We'll fit those small chairs. These old small chairs that we used to use, they'll be here. So you won't have to use the seam. You like those chairs, huh?
All right, so you bring the book over to him, right? You do the opening prayer. Yep. Through Christ our Lord.
But you just have a period of silence, though, first.
It says who lives and reigns forever and
Ever, amen.
Yep.
Everybody is seated.
Yep.
And then the readers, are the readers here?
Yes. So readers, the lectors.
So he just did the opening prayer. Everybody is seated. Who's doing the first reading? So you would come up, do this is like a normal mass.
Yeah.
Do the first reading, go back. The cantor should meet you like normal. After the psalm, Ron, you would meet the cantor, do the second reading, and then for the passion, right? So you guys are good with that, right? You know what you're doing? All right. You're going to read the passion, and are the candles going? It's long for the candles to be there, I think. Do you remember if we?
I don't believe there are candles.
I don't think there should be because I think it would be really long.
Yeah, I don't think we didn't have a note in there for that.
There are no candles here. This is.
That's
totally
right.
stripped.
That's right. Okay. So yeah.
This is totally stripped.
Like the only time, I guess the first time they would really get the candles would be communion.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I'm just listening.
Okay. So all you would do is, I think you would get the blessing. Yeah, and then just go and read the passion. At the end of the passion, am I saying the right thing? At the end of the passion, everybody is seated. There's going to be a very short homily. Very short.
There was clapping there.
And then after the homily,
There's a period of silence.
yep, everybody is seated. And the cross is going to come in. And just so you know how this is working, so Elizabeth, you're already dressed. You're going to get the incense, and you should leave, I would say, before the like when after the Passion is read, before Father Jeff goes to the homily, you should be.
What time is this up there? Should it be?
It will be in the back.
We have those intercessions.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
That would be next.
It's after the homily.
Yeah, so there's a period of silence, then there's solemn intercessions.
And they're forever.
There's a lot of them.
And you have to read. Are you familiar with that? Why don't you look at that?
So here's the thing. So the priest moves to the altar, placing the book in front of him. The intercessions commence. The first part, in italics, is sung by the cantor. Then there is a pause for silent prayer. Then the priest says the prayers in blue.
So can I suggest that we don't go to the altar and that you just stay at the chair?
Stay, okay.
Yeah.
Let me change that.
Okay.
This is a Father Jim adapted version.
Oh, okay.
So what, say priest stays at the chair?
Priest stays at the chair. If you don't mind holding the book forever. Yeah.
And so I'm the one doing the intercessions and not.
So it's there's three movements of it.
Okay.
So I think they're gonna sing the verse.
Yep.
And then everybody sings something.
Yep.
And then you come in with a prayer.
Oh, okay, so it's, yep, got it.
I
Yeah, and
think that's the way it
There's
goes.
there's a note in here that says Mark will make an announcement for people to sit or stand.
And people, remember, this is where they sit, stand, kneel.
Yes, we were talking about
and
one that-
we're gonna just make
work
it
that out.
simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so no, let's kneel, let's stand?
I think people were upset about that. They're older, the older people can't do it.
Okay, so I'll make that change in the
Yeah.
book.
So you would be at the chair, and you would bring the book over to the chair.
And I'll do the,
Yeah, so does it say how the intercessions go?
This is the blue part that you've been reading.
okay.
So what does this say?
It says, "Let us pray, dearly beloved, for the holy church of God, that our God and..."
I think it's sung.
That's the sung part from the
This is-
cantor.
This is my.
You're only doing the blue.
Got it.
But then I think there's a verse, like, Lord, hear our prayer, or something
So
like
wait
that.
before that. Yeah,
Yeah.
wait, don't start until.
We have to check with Mark.
Okay, yeah.
Because Mark should really be here during these days when we do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And that way we could figure out how that should go.
Yeah. So this is exactly, we didn't even change this at all, so this would be exactly how we did it before.
Yeah.
So we go through all of this.
And there's a lot of them. And they're set for Good Friday.
Okay, good.
We pray for the Jewish people, we pray
Oh,
for.
that's here.
Yeah.
Yep. All of this.
Is this the same for what we do with the Abbey? or is
Yeah.
it different?
They don't do the prayer. at the end.
That's right, okay.
Yeah.
And then now the cross. So at the close of the intercessions, the congregation remains seated at this time while the cross, wrapped in the red altar cloth, is brought forth from the narthex with the 5 cross bearers and thurifer.
All right, so I would say during the intercessions, you just go to the back, and the incense will be back there. But when we're setting up on Good Friday, also have another thing of incense, like the stand over here, with a couple more charcoals.
Okay.
Because when the cross gets here, that, I think you should run over to the side and have somebody throw a couple more charcoals in and more incense. Because you're gonna be incensing a lot, and we don't want it to run out. So we'll have 2 things set up, one in the back and one here.
So what, I guess what we could do is, is the stand gonna be on this side?
I think so.
So I think what we could do is we could just switch out the, because we have 2 incense things.
Yeah, that's good. Just, yeah, make it work. All right, so let me tell you what's gonna happen with the cross. So you come with me. Did you see that many crosses? Yes. Yeah, I have 5 guys, barefoot. And they're gonna come in.
It's pretty heavy. It's right to the left. They moved it to the narthex.
We're gonna sing 3 things. And then it's gonna do.
So instead of walking around it, she's doing, yeah. So she's doing this. Like, you're kind of going here. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
The altar servers should go, so that they're back there already, bring in the Blessed Sacrament.
Should we take a...
So, when Lizzie leaves, you two are gonna be the candle bearers, right, with Eucharist? So you go with them, and just go to the back end of our festival, just wait back there. So you guys go back there now. And you can just say, yes. Yes. So this is not a mass, it's a service. The hosts that we're consecrating on Thursday night are gonna be reserved, and you guys are gonna bring them in. The deacon's gonna carry a tray, and you'll walk by the tray with the 2 candles. So go back there, and then I'll explain what we're gonna do.
So in the meantime, I guess in the meantime, the cross is put in, I could
The
probably
Fritz's.
set up a second.
Dave Fritz's brother.
Yeah.
He's like a carpenter.
This way we could just, once you're at that side, we can just.
Switch it out. Perfect. All right, so while that is going on, the third one just happened, right? Lizzie, you're gonna get the new incense, right? So you go off to the side. This is beautiful. They bring the cross around, and they're gonna wind up over here. Ryan, help me. Am I right?
Sorry, hold on.
Yeah.
I was changing it.
This is where we wound up. So, yeah.
So here,
They're gonna unwrap the red cloth, and the 2 arm bearers are gonna take the ends of it, and they're gonna run and run. It actually worked out, and all they're gonna do is just, down, and then walk it in and drop it. And then the cross is gonna go.
do you want me to run through it with this?
Yeah.
All right, so after the third stop, the cross is brought up the steps, level to the altar. The altar cloth is unwrapped. So you decided to have it here?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so instead of up there. All right. The altar cloth is unwrapped from the cross by the arm bearers. The 2 arm bearers lift the cloth, which is what you were just describing, with a swooping motion high into the air and allow the cloth to fall over the altar. Once the altar cloth is placed, the cross bearers, led by the thurifer, so that's you, move to the tabernacle side of the church while the choir sings the first verse of Behold the Wood. Once in place, the thurifer motions to that section to kneel, which Father Steve, we said the thurifer is going to kneel,
Yes.
which is going to indicate everybody to kneel.
She's gonna invite that section to you.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So from there, and then the cross is gonna move to this side, and they're gonna do the same thing along the altar. And then it's gonna go to the center,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody's gonna be on. So I think at that point, the whole congregation will be on. And then after that, the cross is gonna come back up.
Yeah, they return the cross to the stand that is level with the altar. At that moment, Deacon Hank, led by the 2 candle bearers, Seamus and Jack, who are...
They're in the back.
They're in the back already, okay. Process in from the back of the church. Deacon Hank wearing a humeral veil from the oratory. The altar servers place the candles on the bare altar, and Deacon Hank will place the tray with the Blessed Sacrament on the red altar cloth.
Yeah. So can you make sure the stand that's back there, can you make sure that once they have it in their arms, you bring that stand up here and put it like someplace over here?
Okay.
but then by the time they get to the center, that stand should come here so that the cross can go into it. You follow me?
And at which point are we switching at which point are we switching the thirds? Is it when they,
When they put the red cloth on.
oh, I thought we were, no, during the procession when we switch the thirds out.
That's what I'm saying. So she'll come off. She's not going to be on the altar when they're taking the red cloth off. So she can go off to the side.
And that's when we switch.
Yes.
It's not as they're going, not before they go into the
No,
two
it's
sides.
off. It's off stage.
Okay.
All right.
So then, after that, you would start the communion rite.
Well, let me get the boys.
Okay, yeah.
We're going to be a special candles in there. So you can get a picture. You're going to be in the chair.
Okay.
That presider's book will be placed on the altar. And so that's, all you need is the communion rite. It's
Okay.
Our Father. Why don't you look at it that way?
So,
The missal won't be on the altar.
Okay, yeah, I was just looking for, yep, got it. Okay, that's right.
not yet, because I'm going to change this, finalize it, and then do it. Because I'm changing some of the wording.
You can bow. Yeah, just bow. And you just leave the tray there. Yeah, and then you set, or go to your place. And then you would come right to here.
Yep,
And
so
what does it say?
priest goes to the altar genuflex, proceeding with the communion rite.
Okay.
Priest gestures for all to rise. Then you say this. The priest with hands extended says, and all present continue.
Yeah, so you
So it's
do.
just doing the
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and then, yeah, behold the Lamb of God.
Right. I don't think there's a sign of peace.
Probably not.
No. So for the kingdom, the power, priest says,
Inaudibly.
yeah, thank you, Father Jim. Inaudibly. Okay.
What, is he good about, okay,
Mhm.
okay, yeah,
And there's no my Lord and my God.
okay.
And then you would say, right, so the priest then genuflects, takes a particle, and holding it slightly raised over the ciborium, says aloud,
Okay.
it's just a regular
Yeah,
communion,
got it, okay.
right?
Yeah.
Lord, I am not worthy. After the people receive communion, Deacon Hank returns the Blessed Sacrament unaccompanied to the oratory.
Okay.
All right, so we'll have to go through this with Hank. There should be 4 stations for communion. So the 2 of you, you're here, right? You, that's
Normal
3.
space, yeah, okay.
So maybe I'll be here.
Okay.
I usually don't.
Celebrate?
You don't concelebrate.
Oh, yeah, it's not, yeah.
So I would just put a stole on for
Okay.
that. And so the 2 of us will go to the center,
Okay, yeah,
and the 2 of you go to the ends.
okay.
And
Who's the, coordinator?
you don't need a coordinator.
You might need a support.
So maybe we can do that. So there should be 5 ciboria that are on that tray. To have that's a good idea to have an extra one. All right? And then after everybody receives communion,
Just double check that on this page.
Whatever is left from the tray, they put them back in the tray. And then Deacon Hank just take the tray out. All right?
Solo.
Yeah. Sure. Wait a minute, it says alone, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to get the candles off of here.
So maybe they could
Walk in with the candle.
like they did walking in.
Yeah, change that. Because because if we're gonna put a cross on here, everything has to be off.
So Deacon Hank is now walking with the altar candle bearers.
So you guys are gonna lead Deacon Hank out.
Why would I say on a copy before? I'm just gonna take out unaccompanied and say with 2 candle bearers.
Just remember I was fighting Jim, and whatever was going on, that's why it's like that.
Okay.
You laugh.
All right.
And then you do the closing prayer.
All right. So then this last note, the cross bearers position the cross centered to the altar with the foot of the cross pointed towards the nave, which is the pews.
Yeah.
The priest and the altar servers, Seamus and Jack, and the deacons venerate the cross
So we're gonna change this.
because it's going to go on the altar.
Yeah, it's gonna go
We
on
didn't
the
put that
altar.
on there.
Yeah. But, okay, so watch this. All of the cross bearers are gonna place the altar, the cross on the altar. Who said this? Jen, did you say this yesterday? That all of the cross bearers reverence the cross at the same time? Yeah, so I think that would be beautiful, actually. So where's Lizzie? You have to remember this. While they're putting the cross on here, as they're placing the cross on the altar, it's hard to do because the person in the front has to sort of guide it, and then he runs out of room. So he's got to step out of the way, and he should come this way to help guide it. So eventually it's going to be here. The longest part of the foot is going to stand out here, and the 2 arms will be there. So what I would like to happen would be the 5 boys carrying the cross should all venerate the cross at the same time just by kissing it. And then they could go off, they can go away. And then the clergy, and then the altar servers, and then people would be invited to come forward. The boys are, because they're going to be here. Yeah. No, it's just, yeah. You don't have to, I think you don't have to do anything because this is the very end of Mass. And if people, see, it's different than last year. So if people choose to come up, they can come up on their own. It's going to be total silence. And people would just kiss. What's that? It's going to be explained before Mass starts. Yeah. You got it? But are you here to do? Yeah. So all you need to do is come up and just help people. And I think you're going to be able to do at least 2, 3, 4. So it should move very quickly. You may need to. Or let them use the railings. Yeah. All right? And you guys are going to be going already. Yeah. All right.
So I'll just add a step in here that it's going onto the altar, right? Because this would be the same. It's just that we have to add stuff in.
What does it say?
So it says the cross bearers position the cross center of the altar.
Yeah.
So they'll still have that same positioning. They'll just move it to the altar.
Yeah. And they'll reverence it or venerate it while they're there. and then the clergy.
Yep. All right. So we'll just add all of that in there. Okay.
All right. And then at the end, the boys and whoever is around, we have to put that cross. We can put it in the, why don't we leave it in the narthex? And then on the vigil, we can wrap it in a white, if we have a white thing.
Okay.
All right.
So that's Good Friday.
You guys okay? Yeah? It's going to be beautiful. Wait till you see it.
Hopefully so Hank said he was tuning in on live stream, so he may have been watching.
You should have told me.
So so hopefully he could hear. I was trying to get the mic.
Oh, the readings for the Triduum aren't even in the lectionary. I think that's what we did before.
Just put it in a Bible.
Yeah. They're not even in the lectionary for.
It should be. It may not be that lecture. There might be video.
Print the readings in the gospel.
covered today? This is Palm Sunday, so on Thursday.
Where'd you get this?
Where was it? This for tonight's except for Palm Sunday.
Election.
This
is Sunday election.
Yeah. So please be seated after that. And then this is break and Mark sings. Break.
And
So
this is year C.
yeah. Yeah, this book is the C book.
Okay. And Good Friday. So Good Friday. It's always John. Yeah. Okay.
So I just said maybe in a separate book.
Well, maybe we can tell Ryan. If memory serves, we did it from a binder last year for some reason.
Okay.
This is my writing.
In charge of the Eucharistic ministry on Good Friday?
No, I'm elected. Probably Albert or Laura. Laura, I think. Laura Dubkowski. Take my word. Got it?
Yeah, Lorez.
Yeah.
You're so smart. That's why I asked you.
Yeah, just check with Ryan.
Yeah.
Tell him,
Yeah.
make a call whether we use this or the binder.
Yeah.
Good. While I'm here.
so I think. I don't like it. That's what Mark's saying.
But Good Friday, we're gonna be doing everything else, right? That's what we said.
Well, I think we've done it different ways, different use. I mean, the text is the text.
Yeah.
So do we want to use this, or do we want
It's already here.
Let me see. I have a folder with all this.
to look at you?
Liturgy. Holy Week. Good Friday. So, Gospel of John, Good Friday. So it has please be seated. Is it the same thing? 18, 19 to 42? Yep.
It's always it.
Break.
Same place. After Father forgave me.
Yep, it has it. So either way, we'll have it, whatever we decide. I mean, we have this here if we want to print it out.
You want to make the call now? You guys decide.
Who's reading it?
I'm reading.
Oh, well, you make the call then. This is the C book.
Yeah, so
This is the one, the
We'll
reader.
save you from printing it out. We'll just use this.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll just turn the page from the second reading to here and leave it up here.
Boom, done,
Good.
easy.
thanks. So I guess some years we printed it, some years we used it.
Yeah.
Either way.
But don't say break.
first year last year, so.
We'll blame it on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Chris? The live stream? Oh, you're watching us? Yes, I was. Good. So guys, thank you so much for being here for the last one today. This is the vigil, the long one, right? The long one of the year. So Chris is helping us out, coordinating for us this year, so I'm going to skip to him.
Okay, guys, so, okay. So yes, we'll be starting, I guess, back here in the narthex, because we'll have the fire inside. It's an alcohol fire. And, I mean, if we're going to have like a gathering in here for the fire, so they could be in here if you'd like to. Yeah. Well, yes, it's like an invitation. Not everybody has to be in here. Not everybody's going to be in here. So, like people who want to be in here, they'll be in here to kind of go over the fire. So we'll have that. Father's going to do his like introduction of the fire and I guess a prayer over it. And then, it's coming off here. So at this point, after he blesses the fire, we're going to have the Easter candle. We're going to light that from the fire. We're going to light that from the fire.
Instead of the wood, we're going to use that. What is that called?
That little wick, yeah, the little wax thing, yeah, yeah. No, I think by itself should be okay. Yep. So we'll light the candle from here, and then as soon as we're ready to process in, are we going to process in first, or is everybody going to be ushered inside before we process in? I think it would make more sense if we ushered them in. This way. Well, the thing is, yeah, because the thing is, we're supposed to light the candles in dark as we're going through. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's what yeah, this way we don't have to wait for like people to come back for more candles to be lit. They'll already be there.
So they'll already be in there.
Yeah.
And then they'll do the processing.
Okay, so I guess we have our.
What's on that in there?
Yeah.
There's the blessing
There we go.
of the fire.
There's the blessing of the fire,
Yeah,
lighting
Deacon
the candles.
Hanger, Deacon Steve, light the Easter candles. Servers, Anna Sophia and Danny, welcome. Thanks for being here. And Deacon Hang, light their candles from the Easter candle. Chris and greeters usher congregation inside.
Okay.
We got that in the notes. All
So
right,
the
now
alt-
we're at the procession.
Okay, so the altar servers already have their candles lit at the same time the Easter candles lit. It looks like.
All right, so we
So-
got Thurifer, Elizabeth. She's around. Oh, there she is. Yep, thank you. You're a trooper. We got Deacon Steve with the Paschal candle. Hank is the with the servers. Anna Sophia. Oh yeah. So Hank is with the servers. Anna Sophia and Danny. So you two. And then we got the book bearer is Seamus. Seamus, you've been here all day too. Thank you. And then we got the celebrant. There we go. So as deacon of the word, which is Steve, brings the candle down the aisle, he stops 3 times and intones. The first intonation should be done from the second or third pew from the back.
So I would probably say.
Yeah, let's
So should we get? So you'll have the incense. Right. No, so the only, yeah. So really, the only people in the procession is going to be the clergy and the altar servers. It's, yeah, I think that'll happen, yeah. Mhm. Okay, so and then, no, I believe it's the candle afterwards right now. Let's see. Deacon Steve, you're going to be behind Elizabeth.
I'm behind.
Yes. And then you two are going to be, hang on. So you two are going to be side by side with Deacon Steve, like that. Let's see. All right, Deacon Hank, who's not here. Yep. Baron, Seamus, wait. Oh, hold on.
So he's
Sorry,
the book-
Seamus. Switch with Danny. There we go.
Yep. And so you're here, and then the celebrant.
Yeah.
Celebrant's getting caught. I guess if Father Jeff wants to be you.
Well,
Yeah. Okay.
all right. You're getting him ready for the seminary already. All right.
And so, Deacon Steve, you'll have the candle, and then you'll stop 3 times. And so, each of those times you'll say, "Christ, our light." Yep. And then, yep, you lift it up. Nope. Well, thanks be to God. Yeah.
So then Father Steve will light his candle from here, it looks like, right? Mm-hmm. So after Father Steve lights his candles, you guys will be lighting candles with the pews.
Don't we light the candle out there?
No, this is your
The candle. Never mind.
your candles are all right.
So yeah, here's the note. It says the priest lights his candle from the paschal candle after the first intonation. So after you say that, the priest then lights it. Anna Sophia, Danny, and Deacon Hank turn to light the candles of the congregation members at the end of the pews, who then turn to light their neighbors' candles.
And after Father Steve lights his candles, you guys will be lighting candles on the ends of the pews. I think what works is if you guys do every other pew, every other end, you won't be really holding up the procession.
And then in this way, all light their candles from the flame of the paschal candles to continue the procession. So there was a question earlier if we need anyone helping throughout the church. We probably don't, because it'll happen organically down the pews. So then the deacon of the word, which is Steve, moves forward to the middle of the church and standing and raising up the candle, singing the second time.
I think right about there is good.
Okay. So then.
So where would the stand for the Easter candle be when the time comes?
Oh yeah, it will be moved. Yeah, it's over there right now.
Okay, but it'll be over there? Okay.
All right, so that's the third one. So
And then Mark will already be up there for the Exalted, right?
Yes.
Oh, so Father Jeff instead of Mark will
Oh,
do the.
so I'll make that change.
Okay.
Let me make that. So you're doing that? Yeah. Oh, you're.
Yeah, okay.
Stand for the Easter Canyon will be next to the handbook.
Yeah, it will be. It will be moved. Yes.
I'll place it, and then I'll go to my chair, and Father Jeff will go to the end.
Okay.
And then afterwards, we're going to explain.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So then,
So-
so you'll be part of this, right? You'll be part of the console.
Yes, I think so.
And you'll go up there. Can you do that? Okay.
So Mark's making the announcement, and then he'll go to the choir, and then once everybody breaks off at the procession, you'll be over there. There should be a light there so you can see. Yeah, and then you'll sing the Exaltet from there.
So Mark is actually, the only thing he's going to, so since he's doing that, Mark's going to then afterwards explain to the congregation they can extinguish their candles.
Well, doesn't usually Mark says an announcement right before everything else. That's what I was trying to get at. We'll see.
I think the first announcement is extinguishing. Oh, well, that's the cantor before all this happens.
Okay.
Yeah. He's talking about. He's talking about in the beginning, before when we're still back there, the cantor is going to make an announcement, just telling everyone to face the back of the church. So that's just in the beginning.
Okay. Okay. So from
Mark
yeah.
tells everybody, and then Seamus has a
Mhm.
roll.
Yeah. So this book will be yours next Saturday. You'll hold on to this. So yeah.
And you bring the book to the
Mhm.
class.
There will be a light because it's dark. So I'll show you how to turn it on, turn it off, kind of thing like that.
All right, and so this is when the liturgy of the word starts. And so
Mhm.
Jackson is going to be the first reader. Okay.
Yeah.
Finishing the
Yeah,
procession.
let's
Right.
finish this.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So here's I guess the last Christ our light, right? Elizabeth, you're actually not going to stop once you're here. You're just going to put the incense back, then head to your seat. And then say that again? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, everybody will be on this side. Yeah, so I guess we could go over there, because then we'll start the Exaltet and then the Liturgy of the Word. Deacon Steve, you'll put the candle there, right? Yep. So yeah, and then you guys will kind of branch off this way.
Chris,
Huh?
Chris, there's
Yeah.
already a stand for her incense.
You can just move that one in the back there on the counter there.
So does this need to be out on the altar?
I think so. Chris, doesn't this need to be out here because they'll use it in the gospel as well?
Yeah, but I guess Father and I kind of mentioned that we wanted it kind of behind the wall there, because since we have everything on the credence table on this side to keep everything clear.
Where do I sit? Do we all?
Oh, everybody will sit on that one side.
So we'll have other chairs out there
Yeah.
for people? Or do you want me to put a couple of them out?
We could. Yeah.
Because how many chairs are there?
So it's going to be.
We have 3 chairs there. We have 3 chairs in the back.
It's going to be.
But there were, a couple of our chairs there are going up here because there's deacons.
Yeah. So what's that, gonna be 6 of us then? No, actually.
No, we have other priests.
Okay, so I guess we're at the,
We're at the liturgy of the word.
so you guys would have already been at your seats by then over there? You hold on to them while the Exsultet's being sung. Yep. And then once.
Should they be positioned somewhere?
Okay, so yeah, so you guys will be over there after the procession. You'll be up there. You'll hold on to your candles. Father Jeff will sing the Exsultet. Once the Exsultet's finished, there'll be an announcement to extinguish your candles. Father will say like an introductory phrase,
Mark
and
said
then the readings will start.
So he said we'll play. We already practiced. Well, I got to practice it one myself, but he was happy.
Okay.
It says cantor or consonant.
Yeah, that's.
Does the celebrant ever do that?
No, it can. It's supposed to. The exaltet's really only supposed to be done by a priest. It's only supposed to be. But the deacons are second. Yeah, correct. So deacons would be second. So, and then the third would be cantors.
Sounds
Okay. So yeah, so priest first, deacon second, then the cantor. That's how that's because it's the.
I guess from that point, Mark was the only one who from
Yeah.
that point before, Mark was the one who could really sing.
He can, and he's great. Yeah. So
Father Steve singing the Exsultet.
That's what I want to hear. I'm gonna tell him how much he's singing.
All right, so we're good?
I
To
think,
move on?
yeah.
All right, so now we're explaining
The liturgy of the word.
So you want me to
Okay.
explain that, or?
No, I got it. So,
All right, we're moving on now.
okay, so Seamus, you're the book bearer, right? Seamus, you're the book bearer, right? So it'll probably be easier if you're in one of the front rows. Right. Yeah. So probably somewhere over here. I could be in one of the back rows.
Yeah, this chair's going up there.
Right.
And we'll need another chair here.
Well,
Are there any more back there?
if need be, we'll.
We got all of these? Yeah.
If need be, we could use the folding chairs from Holy Thursday, right? Or you don't want to use those? Say that again? Okay.
It's gonna come again.
Yeah. I think we should count how many chairs we need, like once we know, or once we have established how many people will be up here.
And then figure out that we need to figure out in advance who's gonna sit where, so that
Right,
it's not
okay.
fumbling around on.
So if we come early and kind of establish that, we could probably make the seating arrangement there.
Yeah, I mean, we know it now who's gonna come.
Oh, okay, okay.
We can use some.
Let's get, you know, to get the chairs now.
Okay. Yeah, probably. So, okay. Okay, so we could move those also, yeah. Yeah, and so we can figure out that arrangement.
We're gonna move this chair.
That one's a lot heavier.
This one's gonna go up there.
try to.
I mean, the whole issue was it being crowded. This is a crowd. this is a lot of crowd.
Yeah, this is. Or what we could.
There's a lot going on at the font, too.
Is since we have what we could do since we're having that smaller font, we could push these chairs back and then put the font over here, kind of like over there. That might look.
I have to be able to get it in. That's it. I mean, I don't like shooting it down. I just like use that. Can't be against the font. But is it just yeah.
All right, we'll figure out this detail. Okay. Yeah, we'll figure out this detail. We just took a picture of the after this. Figure out optimize seating. Yeah. So let's just do this.
Yeah, once we have, I think once we have an idea of like how the font's going to be arranged, and also the seating situation up here, maybe we could kind of make the seating arrangements after. Yeah, because you have one of the altars here.
Yeah. What do they say this is?
Six, seven, possibly eight.
Besides Nelson. Okay.
Father Jesse. Two consultants for sure, plus. Oh, he's not? Oh, okay.
All right. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so the other priest that would be here for the vigil.
So, yeah, so for the vigil, who's going to be here?
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we. Oh, he's going to come for. Okay, cool. So yeah, we have to figure out. So we still need to really confirm who's going to be here and how we're going to arrange.
That's an important detail.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I mean, the bells can also be placed in the back. We'll figure this out.
So we'll finalize this offline, but we should get going, yeah.
This Thursday, this week. This Thursday? I guess
All right, let's continue this.
Yeah, it's definitely better to do this once
So just for the live stream, I quickly went through the liturgy of the word with those readers that are here, just to get them out of here. And we also went over communion for a little bit. But now we're going to the renewal of baptismal promises. We're also trying to figure out the optimization of seating for our altar servers. He's doing stuff in the office. Let me ask Father Jeff how many priests exactly are coming for that meeting. Because you have to test that out. Not maybe it's a green. Or is it a green sentence?
Do we have to?
Yeah, because you still have a string.
Well, I'm saying, can we find it somewhere? So like, the smaller ones?
The smaller ones?
Yeah, the small.
The small font?
Yeah,
Well, it's like, do we have it? Or that we can at least, like, see how that looks.
I think it's gonna be either here, I think it's gonna be like here.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so if it's there, that's what I was mainly thinking, that it might be just right here. Are you figuring out the steps that you had?
No, it's actually coming from Jen picked it up. Maybe someone goes over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, no, there's just a.
And you would probably be, yeah, what, like here and here? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So, all right, two priests. Jeff, Nelson. So they'll be like here. Yeah, and the bell's there, right?
Well, the book there would probably be here, yeah.
I mean, you will also have a seat here.
I did that.
Well, yeah, but you would
You
have a
would probably be in this morning, right?
Yeah, probably. It looks like,
Well, just to make.
yeah, so
then maybe you'll be in this corner.
Oh, so she can go, so she can we'll come to that.
Alright, so that chair gets moved down. So all that gets moved down. Like that one there. Great. So, okay, Thurifer, Elizabeth, Seamus, book bearer. So, Seamus, you need to be here. Okay, and then we have you in the end there. Oh, so we don't need that extra chair.
Well, we don't know. Someone else did. Someone else should.
Okay, so just in case, I'll have a spare chair.
Roger.
Yeah, we'll only have the chair. Everything else, any extra ones will be removed. Alright. This is great. Alright, so let me take a picture of this just to show Father Steve. Alright, say cheese. Alright. So let's practice as if it's like this. Okay?
And this would probably make more sense because he's going to be coming back.
Alright, so who was pretending to be the presider again? Oh, Jack. We need you, buddy. You're gonna be Father Steve for us. Alright. And there's no Lady of Saints. There's no Lady of Saints, right? Yeah. So none. It wasn't in the missal for them, right? Okay. Alright. So we're at the renewal of baptismal promises. This is for the entire congregation. So Father Steve, if you guys want to listen up, Father Steve and the book bearer move to the font. So Father Steve, oh, go ahead.
There is a space in between the 7 minutes and the epistle, which is the Gloria. That probably should help us.
Okay.
Because somebody will be lighting 4 candles that will be on the altar.
Right. And then are we doing a gospel procession at the vigil?
Yes.
Good. Okay, here it is. So as soon as the olive, all right, is everyone listening up? Because this will include.
We got a good here.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's listen up. We're gonna go over this. Okay.
Hey guys,
All right. So the Gloria is sung at this point.
this is after the 7. This is after the 7 readings. The light, some of the lights will come on, and at which point it will be. At which point somebody will be needing to light. There will be 4 candles on the altar that are unlit, so somebody will be needing to light that. I think it would be best if you, Elizabeth, did that.
Well, right now it says Danny and Anna Sophia.
Well, I mean, because of the way that they're. Well, there's no incense during the Gloria, so I mean, just because I'm just basing it off of you guys just sitting on that 2 spaces.
Yeah. How about this? We'll keep it with Danny and Anna Sophia.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
So Danny and Anna Sophia will keep you at that role.
Okay.
You could. So.
So you guys will
let me
be
run through it.
okay.
So Thurifer lights 2 nearest altar candles during Gloria. Danny lights 2 candles on Cantor side. Anna Sophia rings bells until the 4th altar candle is lighted. But he has the bells. See, that's the thing with this new.
Well, if the bells are going to be there, oh wait, because she's lighting the candles. Well, who? Okay. Let's see this.
Yeah.
So-
now that the seating arrangement has
So
happened,
still
it's kind
going
of
to-
changed things.
So it's still going to be probably Elizabeth and Danny doing the candles if she's ringing the bells.
Yeah.
So-
And then Thurifer, so 3 people, so 2 people are lighting candles, then Anna Sophia rings the bells.
Yeah. Okay, so it still is Elizabeth and Danny. You guys are gonna be lighting candles. We'll put those up. Okay.
Yeah, we should be good. Thank you so much for coming.
The only thing is we'll just, I'll find some place to put the sprinkle.
Oh, the bulbs.
The two glass ones and one bigger one for that.
Perfect. Okay.
Will the branches for the sprinkling be
Part of the floral order?
Yeah, I think
so
they're coming.
so that's for Easter Vigil. Should I go and find those and make sure they're with the holy waters?
And if for some reason, like Forest doesn't make them, we have
Yeah.
Do we have three of them?
Yeah, I saw two of them in buckets and just one on the side.
Okay.
Good. All right. Sure. All right.
All right.
Okay.
Probably.
Sure. Have to plug the hole somehow.
Probably it's Now, will Father be filling the water bowls from that? Okay, so we need to fill that with enough. Oh, so that he won't have to be reaching.
I don't see that. There's a lot of unclarity. He said we're going to plug the hole and maybe put a liner. I don't know if we can fill it. Yeah, so I was thinking if we could plug the hole so that we could unplug the holes and empty it somehow. I don't know how it's
So, I mean,
I don't want to store these things.
Let me try some. We don't need a lot of room.
Put epoxy in
so you have like a couple longer boxes.
We still have to plug the hole to make sure nothing's missing. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. We could actually.
Great. Yeah, we're gonna move that. Yeah, I think Bob, Diego, and all of us. We're gonna do it.
Okay.
All right. So, shall we continue?
Yeah, let's backtrack on this.
Because we're gonna practice.
We need to see how this is gonna work.
Yeah.
Whether it's gonna be placed as
Okay, guys. Ready to walk through it?
All right, guys. So
Let's try it.
try.
Try the next part.
Okay, this one, the Gloria. Okay, hey guys. So we're gonna go over this Gloria thing again. So after the 7 readings that are in the dark, some of the lights will be on and the Gloria will be played. At which point, the thurifer and then another altar server. So that's going to be you since the altar, you're the thurifer, and then since you're sitting next to her, that's all good. That should be good. So there will be 2 lighters there. One of you will do 2 candles on this side. The other one of you will light candles on the other side. No, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't think so. What you guys would do? Let's actually do this. So, pretend you have the candles. Yep, or the lighters. And what you would do? Well, you guys will both come this side. Okay. From the chairs, you guys will come this side.
you for
you'll
when we do
stand,
this part. So if you don't, you can
try to go
you
with
can
like
stand
corner
there
to
if you want,
corner,
so not
like
standing.
kind of. Okay, okay. So your right foot goes on that one corner there. We did this for Holy Thursday.
So the right side of that should line up.
Yeah, same, and then your left foot should go that way.
Yeah, the edge of your foot, so your foot should be like, so I was putting the front of my shoe to this, and the side of my shoe to there.
Okay.
No, that's okay.
So you guys will go here. You'll bow. You'll light the 2 candles on each side. If you need to, actually go to the side of the altar and light the other 2 candles. And then you'll come back to this one spot, bow, and then go back to your seats.
Yeah, and if you look at the floor, if you're lined up with your shoe there, that means you're both the same, right? Because it's the same on both sides. And that means if you see it, you're lined up with the candle, you'll be good.
So at that beginning part of the Gloria, you did it last year where you ring the bells like really loudly. As soon as all 4 candles are lit, that's when you stop ringing the bells. Okay. Oh yeah, you can reach over, kind of. Yeah. That shouldn't be a problem. And then at which point, as soon as Elizabeth, as soon as you're done with lighting the candles, you'll need to light another charcoal for the thurible. Oh yeah, I'll set it up so it's easy. And I guess if you want to, well, you're going to be coming from that side anyway, so. See, this is still going to be set up over here because Father's going to be. There'll be where you'll go here for the gospel, where you'll give deacons, the beacon of the word, the incense fruit. He'll light the incense, or he'll put the incense in, and then the gospel procession. But you're mainly just lighting the charcoals for the third. You'll bring this back in, light the charcoals, put this back, and then head back. Then just stand here until the epistle's read, which is after that one prayer after the Gloria. After the epistle's read, that's when we start the gospel procession. We'll go over this. Cool? Okay.
There's another basin. Yeah. Support the basin.
This is not going to be reasonable.
Okay, so also they were asking why couldn't we put the thurible on this side? But
I guess because Father's going around this way. He still said he wants to do that.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. All right, so let's
Okay.
run through more.
All right, guys. So so we just finished the Gloria where you're lighting the candles. Elizabeth did the charcoal. There will be another prayer and then the epistle, which is the last reading that's going to be read by a lector. At which point,
All of this. So maybe we want to go through all this read.
yeah.
Okay.
So at which point we'll be ready for the gospel. So you two will be the candle bearers for this. And it's going to be the same process as usual, where you're grabbing the candles from you go to the front of the altar, bow, grab any of the candles. I would say probably the ones that are closest from the front, because they're going to be 4 and they're going to be diagonal. So the ones that are closest to you. You'll grab those candles, and then you'll be at the foot of the altar or not the foot of the altar, but that end of the carpet while Elizabeth's getting incense put in from, this way. You will turn around as soon as, are you the deacon of the word? When Deacon Steve holds up the book of the Gospels, that's when you guys will turn around and then process to the ambo for the gospel.
So as soon as the Alleluia begins, Joey Farrell would turn on the lights as quickly as possible. During the gospel procession, third for Elizabeth, brings incense to Father Steve to place in thurible. So we need Father Steve again.
Okay.
Jack, we need Father Steve. So Father Steve will be at the chair.
Okay.
So I'll walk him through that.
All right. So
I can hold one. So you,
okay.
You want me to hold this? And
Yeah.
hold that?
Okay, so Father Steve will be putting in the incense as soon as Elizabeth comes to this position to get the incense put in. You guys will be coming up to get the candles. No, you go this way. Well, it doesn't really matter just as long as you're going this way. So you go this way. You'll be there, bow, and then you'll get the ones that are closest to you. And while incense is still being put in, you guys will be kind of, you'll go this way. So you guys are going to be one here, one there. And then Elizabeth, as soon as you're done getting the incense, you'll be in between them. From then, Deacon Steve, get the blessing, get the book, the Gospels. At that point, you guys turn around. You'll turn around. You'll walk to the ambo.
Reading from the Holy Gospel according to John.
And then you'll give him the
incense, hand it back. Proclaim.
Gospel of the Lord. And
Gospel of the Lord, and then
you guys you'll come around this way. You'll put you both will put the candles back to where you got them. And then what will happen is Father Steve will come down, and then all 4 of you guys will bow together. So you guys want to try to bow together, and then you guys go back to your seats. Father will go do his homily. Homily will go, and then as soon as the homily is over, is the time for the font, and that's when you, Seamus, will come up with the book.
Yes.
He'll come up with the book. He'll bless the holy water, and after the blessing of the holy water is the sprinkling rite.
Well, she had a question.
Yeah, what's that?
Clarify it for her. So let me clarify. So she had a question about what she does during the reading of the gospel. So
You're going to be swinging the incense behind Deacon Steve.
well, this says, third for Elizabeth returns to his or her seat. Anna, Sophia, and Danny remain standing on either side of the ambo until the gospel proclamation has concluded. So it sounds like she puts it back.
Well, typically you actually stand behind the deacon as he reads the gospel.
Yeah.
As soon as he's finished with the gospel, that's when you'll put the thurible back in your seat.
Okay.
So we'll probably need to change the wording on that. So, so we just went over homily and then the the blessing of the holy water. So now we want to do the,
Renewal of baptismal promises?
yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yep. Okay, guys, this is after the. Okay, this is after the homily.
Yep, homily.
Yeah. So Seamus, you'll be with the book, and Father will be here for the holy water. He'll. Or by actually by. Okay.
Yeah, so it might
Jen.
be good for him to like
Well-
walk around this.
Well, by that point, the choir is still seated, so the cantor won't be up here yet. The cantor will probably come up during the prayers of the faithful.
Stands here, it would be awkward, right? Should probably be like right here or something.
Here, or,
Father Steve's standing here.
Father Steve's
Or-
staying facing the congregation.
so if he's standing here, then he'd be fine
Okay.
standing
Doing
here.
this.
Yeah. That should work, yeah. Because he'll still be. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's good.
So which
you
one-
got that, Seamus?
Hey guys, so so he finished blessing the holy water, and after that will be the baptismal promises, and after that will be the sprinkling rite. So there will be 3 altar servers, and there'll be 3 other people. So there'll be Father Steve and the 2 other deacons. I think what's going to happen is it'll probably be Danny, Anna Sophia, and then since you're holding the book, it could be me because you're going to be setting up incense again anyway. So then we'll walk with whoever's sprinkling. We'll sprinkle. We'll come back, and then prayers of the faithful. Well, let's see.
What was the question?
Well,
So
you're going to be following. I mean, you're going to be following them, and each of Father and each of the deacons will go down one aisle. Okay.
so you're going to be the third?
Probably, yeah, because he'll be with the book anyway.
So, Anna Sophia, why don't you come with me? I'll do that side, because I'll be sitting on that side. And why don't you go down this aisle, and then you go with Father.
Yeah, that'll work. Okay. All right then. So then, after the sprinkling rite, will be the prayers of the faithful, and then after that, the kiss of peace, and then after the sign of peace, and then after that is mass as usual, with incense in the offertory. That's the offertory. Okay. Oh, for okay, we're kind of fast forwarding right now, because so during communion, Elizabeth, you'll be lighting the tabernacle candle. Should probably be there already. What's that? Yeah, you do go that way, kind of light the candle from there. Okay, I think there isn't really anything else. You do need to.
We are doing incensation.
Yes.
Right, in the altar.
Yes.
So, you might want to mention that.
Okay. Yeah, so we will be doing incense at the offertory. So that'll just be after you guys put the 2 cups on the altar, before Father washes his hands. Well, gifts will still come up. Well, whatever's over there will be on that, yeah. Whatever was on there will be on here now. Okay? I guess there really isn't anything too pressing after the sprinkling way. It'll just be mass as usual with the liturgy of the Eucharist. That will be. Let's see. That would probably be Seamus as the cross bearer, because you'll be incense. You'll be walking out with incense. No. Yeah. Do you guys have any questions?
A lot.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say. So plan for this arrangement, okay, mentally plan. If we do move anything, it'll be probably easy to move it over there. But you guys will still be able to just declutter it. We'll probably, if you move anything, probably yeah.
Okay.
But plan for this, okay? And if we do move this, it'll just make it easier for you guys to move around. All right?
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Guys, do come
Thank you,
early.
guys.
Also, do come early, so we could probably go over some more of the stuff. I would say 45. All right. So what time's that? That'd be 7:50.
Yes.
Okay. Good guys.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Oh yeah. So, do you need any help with moving this, or do you want to keep it? Okay.
We need to get you a binder.
Okay.
So, what's your availability like this week?
Free all week.
Fine, so maybe we just meet up one more time to go over this,
Okay.
the changes and stuff, and then we'll make you a binder.
Okay.
How secure. One person bumps it and you're done.
You might have to find a black one.
That wouldn't look too bad. It feels more secure also. So, yeah, probably that one like a white drape.
$64,000 question. And I guess where we go with there, you know, police, over,
Ryan, where should we put this?
What's that? Step down and see how it looks.
Just looks messy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look at this. On the back, and I have brick red string.
Oh, that would be good. We can tie up a little bit. If somebody's sitting here, maybe just yeah, and a little, right, and you have a bunch of them come together.
Jen,
Yeah.
this door's locked over here. You want me to close it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right.